YouTube stream is on. Social media doing its job. Yeah. I just posted something on social media. I've been having a lot of fun posting. I don't know if you guys noticed, I've been posting a lot more recently. And I feel like we're gonna hit 10K this year. I know it. I know it now. I I'm manifesting the 10K. It's like, who is sending me stuff on threads? It's Insty. All right. So today we're gonna be building a full-size board. So, is Vin still here? Okay. This is what we're building today. Okay, I'll do the sponge thing later. I saw your message. Okay. This is what we're building today. Tofu Universe. We're checking out the Tofull. Whoa! It's a big one. It's a big one. This is coming out in 4 days, I think. So we're building it a little early so you guys can kind of get a first look at it. Group by date is August 14th. Okay, so not 4 days. It'll come out in 6 days. Okay. It's a big case though. Let's put this out too. We were playing that game yesterday. We played until like 6 a.m. We went for a long time. Yes, we're building and reviewing the Tofull. So tofu, full size tofu. How do they have this packaged? Kind of weird. I got it. Nice, Finn. As always, post it once you're done. I'd love to see it. Looks like they double wrapped this. Don't tell me Hanse, you got it. Okay. Whoa! I saw my pink one. How nice of them. Alright. Okay, so today's keyboard is the Tofull, as you can see right here. Looks heavy, it is heavy. This comes out, looks like August 14th, so there's still a few more days. It looks like their configurator is live on the website. It does come in both WinKey and WinKeyless. Oh, you sent it. Let me look. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, it's gonna look good. So it's like a pear, right? Cute. Uh, but yeah, so it looks like there's gonna be Winky and Winkyless. Looks like there's anodized black, brown, celadon, deep purple, gray, light blue, light purple, muted teal, pine green, pink, red, silver, vibrant orange, warm silver, E coating U9, E coating white, PC white. So 17 colors. Oh my goodness. There are 17 colors, but it looks like you can get it both in Winky and Winkyless. I am assuming I have the anodized pink Winkyless one. Yeah, wow, that's like a lot of colors. But yeah, let's just look at the case. So I would say this is the closest thing you could find to a full size, minus this row missing some keys, right? So what I mean by that is, so with 1800s, they've opted to kind of compress this nav cluster area, right? But with true 100% sizes, you basically, it's like a TKL with a numpad. But with 1800s, as we've seen, they've really learned to like condense a lot of it, including like the numpad. But this is, I feel like, the closest one I've seen to 100% minus these few keys, right? And I don't know why they opted not to include these keys, but at the core, this is, you know, a 100%, I'd say. So, let's see. Okay. I'm I'm like trying to show you it down because it's really heavy to lift up, but at the same time, like I should just lift it. Oh, it is heavy. Okay, so looking at the case, I do have the Winkyless version. Top and bottom bezels are gonna be more thick or thicker than the two side bezels, which are going to be thin, right? You still don't really have anything on the front as signature for Tofu's. You know, it's supposed to be after like just a plain block of tofu. So you don't see any engravings, you don't see any like badges here or there. It's all very bare bones, very simple, right? And looking from the top, you can see, you know, you have this part, right? This covers the USB port side, and then you have the two internal weights. But yeah, nothing fancy like on the blockers. The Winky blockers are just there. I think just the biggest takeaway from this is that it's going to be a very long board, but this is like in true 100% fashion. And then here is the side. So, like I said earlier, it's very reminiscent of like just the tofu aesthetic, just being like a single block. I will say these are a bit sharper corners than one might expect. Yeah, you can see that the top case completely covers the bottom case. Uh, uh. And then here's the back. So nothing on the back at all. You do have 4 square feet on the corner. I think it's interesting they didn't put, you know, 2 more right here, but it does have the 4 corner feet. Looks like to be non-adhesive. And then you have 8 case screws. So 4 on the top, 4 on the back. And here you can see what I was talking about, the top case cover or encompassing the bottom piece. But yeah, nothing right here. Here's the USB port side. So this part's a little interesting. We saw this with the 3.0, but instead of this being like a flat piece, the bottom weight doesn't quite, you know, it kind of creates this like pseudo accent seam right here. You do have a centered USB port. It is heavy, that's why I'm like wiggling, wobbling. And then front lip. Let's open this up. Ooh. Parallelogram. Oh, let's see. Did it come with things again? Is it really a tofu? Yeah. I really just made it like bare bones. After getting into custom keyboards, do any of you guys even still want like a true full-size board? Or are most of you okay as long as it has like a numpad of sorts? I know programmers really do like having all the keys, like Connor. But I don't know. Mostly use TKLs at home. I use full size sometimes. You're a programmer? That makes sense. Only if Southpaw. I do like Southpaw. I don't miss numpad at all, yeah. Once I started using customs, I completely ditched numpads, yeah. That was same with me. I want one, but only one? Okay, that's fair. I mean, TKL numpad does the job, right? He uses keys like the home button and stuff. I just never have. I don't know if I've ever used the home key, like, seriously. Oh yeah. I mean, he likes the numpad. He does a lot of calculations for his MMOs. So he'll use a calculator and he'll sit there typing up the numbers that his attacks will do and like the diminishing and like he's a freaking he's crazy. I think at one point I saw him have open like 8 calculators just like calculating the discrepancy between, you know, if he were to use this item or this talent. Like he's like sitting there doing calculations. He's a freaking nerd. He's not really doing spreadsheet stuff, but he is doing a lot of calculations. Don't you scroll lock and pause all the time? No, never. Okay, so all the heft of the board is gonna be in this bottom piece, and we can take this off to see what we're working with here. I mean, maybe you would be interested in this Tofull. I think numpad is nice to have in certain situations, but I feel like in terms of regular use, I could get away with not having one. Yeah, maybe if I did more spreadsheet stuff, I could see like why having it, but I would want it to be Southpaw. And if it's not Southpaw, then it's kind of like, eh. The reason I like Southpaw is because, so your numpad is right here and your mouse is right here, right? Where it's just more comfortable if you're doing it here. I feel if the numpad was right here versus like if it were right here. Annoying to take hand off mouse, yeah. Southpaw TKL. I don't know if I've seen a Southpaw TKL before. Don't worry, Alba. I don't think everyone's gonna hack into your account. I think you're good. Is your ear feeling better? I've seen advertisements for those, but yeah, all the heft of the board are in these internal weights right here. You can see that there are battery compartments for it, I think. Yeah, these are battery compartments. I will say though, they don't have the fill, so we might have to fill that ourselves. Oh no, you're good, Rumi. We got to the second part of the mall, so kind of a good stopping point. You didn't really miss much. We started playing Desktop Explorer, and it was something. Oh yeah, I used to have an untreated or no-coated copperweight, and I eventually had to use ketchup to clean it. Well, one of the puzzles definitely pissed me off. And it definitely was not very satisfying for me. I complained about it. I don't know if you guys remember. Yeah, we got to the second part of the mall. So we can play it later if this review doesn't take too long. But we started playing Desktop Explorer, which it's one of those games where like you're on the computer and you're playing games. You're playing games within a game type of deal. Okay, so it looks like it does have the battery compartments here, right? We'll have to install the daughter board ourselves, which I will do now. Other than that, pretty simple case. Internal weed. Ketchup, yeah, ketchup removes patina. So the premise of the game is you inherited a computer from your uncle who has dementia, and you're basically going through the computer to find any clues or see if you can find anything. And as you start to kind of unravel things, there's like this weird program that you find called Desktop Explorer, and it is you find that it's kind of linked to why your uncle, you know, I don't want to say he went insane, but it's the reason why your uncle's like mental health, you know, deteriorated so fast. And it's just like a series of games. So the first part is you're logged into your uncle's profile, and you're playing these like, you know, those like make your own adventures, like the Quizilla stuff. like those types of text-based games. So you're playing something like that, and throughout the game, you're trying to uncover the passport or password to go to like the next level. And so you're exploring a cave, and then you start exploring this like, um, what is it? What is it called? Not sarcophagus, but a crypt. You start exploring a crypt, and then as you're going through it, you're also finding like diary entries for your uncle, and you can tell he has like a lot of guilt, because his brother passed away, so your dad passed away, um, and he basically becomes like the father figure in your life, and it's just about his struggles. And then, long story short, is you had a sister that ran away many years ago, and it's implied that she never came back. And you found out that before your uncle got the computer, it used to be like your sister and your family used to use it. So, you unlock your sister's profile, and then you're going through like her stuff, and it's kind of dark, but it's almost implied that, she was online a lot, and she posted on forums, and it's kind of implied that she might have ran away with some person she met on the internet. And it was really creepy because you kind of see like the start where, the person first finds her and hits her up, and then like adds her like online in game and starts talking to her. And you're playing, so instead of going from like text-based games, you start going into like these 3D games. And like what Toon World was, or just like any online social game. And you like add your friends, you can go to their houses. So basically there's this messed up level that it kind of seems like, um it's messed up. Like parts of it is happy, but then parts of it is messed up. Yeah, kind of like Animal Crossing. Yeah. But it's just like a social game, and then you find out that the guy who's kind of been like commenting on her stuff beforehand is like, you know, Abo Hotel. Yeah, kind of like that. So you're just starting to find clues that she ran away with someone online. And like there was one part where he was like asking her, like where she lived and how she could come live with him, stuff like that. And then you find this like web browser history of her, map questing this address that's like super far away, and like no one's been able to find her. And so it's kind of implied that she ran away and maybe never came back. So it's getting a little dark. Um, and then there's one more profile that we haven't quite uncovered yet, but yeah, that's just where we're at right now. We haven't. I think we're about halfway through the sister story, and I think the last story is maybe about her dad. So it's implied that the uncle feels a lot of guilt for not being able to save his brother in the fire, so aka the user's dad. And the user, so the young girl, who has a computer now, never knew her dad, but also never knew her sister, right? And so, as we're like reading our sister's diary entries and stuff, we find out that, she was really lonely and she felt neglected by the dad that she never really met. And her mom was spending a lot of time with the uncle that was basically her father figure. And so you're just kind of like, oh, something is weird. Yeah, and it was also really unsettling because, I hear a lot of stuff, about roadblocks. I don't know if you guys have seen like the crazy Roblox thing. Oh, we're talking about a game I was playing yesterday. It's called Desktop Explorer. It's like a horror game. Um, it's like a horror game premised as like, like really retro graphics. You're playing like you get someone's computer and you're like going through their computer trying to like figure out any clues for what happened to your uncle. And you find your sister's profile and you kind of delve into her online life. And I mean, it's kind of crazy if you think about like, because I was on Tumblr, I was on LiveJournal, and like I had random people comment on my stuff too. And I fortunately was never, like groomed like that. At least like not to my knowledge. I mean, you never really know once you're that at that age, but it's like stuff like that, like the dangers of being online. And we've watched a movie about that, where this girl met this guy in a chat room, ends up meeting him, and he's like some older guy. And, back then there was only so much that they could do. And that movie made me really sad, actually. Um, and then there wasn't really an ending, because at the end of the day, like, the predator was never caught. And yeah, so I was just talking about how if I had a kid and like I know how. Oh yeah, the ending was he was a school teacher, yeah, who was grooming these girls online. Yeah. But there was like no resolution for the girl who was, assaulted. No, not hard candy. Um, I forget what the movie was called. It's an older one. Wait, Trust? Yeah. And so that's what the game we were playing yesterday kind of implies, is that my sister, who is missing, might have ran away with some random guy she met online. And we've also been uncovering creepy pictures of like she might have been murdered. Like it's kind of implying that the reason she never came back was because she was murdered. Yeah. So looking at the plates, looks like they are separate. So you have, the main plate side right here, and then you have the numpad on a separate side. And then this is just one of the PCBs, but the PCB is connected. However, it's connected by this little squiggly, so you want to be careful not to like snap this off for whatever reason. But that is there, you can see that, right? So just be careful, you know, even though the plates are separate, the PCBs are technically not. And then this has pretty good compatibility from what I see. Like the PCB compatibility or PCB layout. Looks like you can do 6.257U. You can split this, split the right and left shift. There's ISO support. You can split the backspace, but it looks like numpad area is going to be set. Why couldn't the new for this release like a month or two earlier? Wait, did you buy a keyboard already? Oh no! I sell the tofu TKL to get this. But yeah, just be aware that this PCB is together, but the plates are separate. Looks like it does have stepped regular caps lock indicator. It does have the indicators for the different keys, but it looks like there is no per key LEDs, so just be aware. Yeah, and then we have two plates. Looks like we have aluminum, and then we also have the PC. So there's 3 PCB versions. There's wireless, wired solder, wired hot swap, and dual hot swap. And then the plates looks like there are aluminum, carbon fiber, PC, FR4. We have aluminum, and we have PC. But it's in the really nice green that I want. What? This one has the pine green and the celadon. Did you see that? Alright, let me grab stabilizers and then we're good. We're gonna tune those. I'm gonna have to mix and match switches. I've used all my switches for full size, so sorry. This got a little janky. I'm on no buy for keeps. That's good. Now you have self-control. Okay, I have all these boxes of just like 1 stab, 2 stabs, so we're just gonna open them all and see what we got. To clear out some room. Oh, this one was actually already empty. I just didn't throw it away. Yeah, Rudy, that's scary. I was telling chat yesterday how I started getting, you know, advertisements about they're like, were you groomed on Roblox? Contact us for settlement. It's like, what the frick? That's crazy. And then someone was also telling me how they're starting to use like face verification for that. That's also crazy. Stabilizer box. We're gonna mix match our stabilizers. So I can finally clear some boxes. You know what? I could honestly use this. No, I'm gonna use this to fill the battery cavity if I need to. I'm not hoarding it for fun. It's because they didn't give me a battery cavity, and typically my experience with that is when you have a cavity like that, it ends up making a little hollow. So I'm saving it just in case I need to DIY it myself. Also, thank you for the Prime. Thank you! Wow, this is a brand new set. Wait, Trey, I remember seeing a TikTok about how kids are getting grouped on Roblox and even stripping their characters on there for Roblox cash. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Um, they're having to do face verifications now for that. There's actually someone my sister knows who actually became like a millionaire because he was one of the people who pioneered in-game advertisement in Roblox. And so he does a lot of those like brand deals with companies. Makes a lot of money. He lives in a nice high-rise in downtown Austin, but I feel like it's also very like predatory. So yeah. Yeah. Basically. And you know what the crazy thing is? Is that he's young too. He's like 22, 23. Like he's a younger kid. Yeah. No, he doesn't make games. He does the advertisement in games. I never even thought about making ads for kids. I mean, a lot of stuff in Roblox are just remade. So you know, like that Mecha Chameleon game, remade in Roblox. There's like Minecraft games remade in Roblox. I just think the community on Roblox is a lot larger than anyone would have ever imagined just because we're not there, you know? But like Connor's niece grew up playing Roblox. Yeah, and it's a huge corporation, or there's a huge market in it. Mm-hmm. It's like all those popular games you want to play on Steam, someone's probably made a bootleg version of it on Roblox. Also, hi, Couple. Yeah, right, Pressy. I've never played Roblox, but I know what it is. And I met a creator who became a partner on Twitch because he just plays a lot of Roblox mods and reviews them. So, like, he'll play Roblox games and recommend them to his community. Stuff like that. Have I ever used a PC wrist rest? I have, yeah. I think the thing with PC is you have to accept that no matter how you use it, especially if you use like frosted PC, is that you'll get little scratches on it. I think it's just like the nature of using anything PC like that. But PC can be really nice and cooling. Is that Comic Sans? Where? This? Is it? Oh, you don't want it? I feel like I like the idea of wrist rest, but because I move stuff around on my desk so much, I just end up like moving it too. Does that make sense? Pink Lena. We'll see. I almost bought it. Yeah, right. Like, I think in practice, I would love to use it, but in reality, it's like I end up just moving so much that I forget to put it on. Yes, I also hover wrist. You know why? Because of piano. Would it be worth to trade the wrist rest? We could. Do you want to do that? I'd be down to do that. Yeah, that's why a lot of new wrist rests, if you look, they actually have feet to prevent that from happening. You traded Gigi Bongo? What the? Why? Yeah, what did you trade it for? I don't think it is. I just depends on the commission you're trying to get. Because if you're like, I just want a teacup, then it's a steal for me, you know? But oh, wow. Are you happy with that trade? I have my GG bongo on my keyboard. I'm actually so happy I won that. Nice. Completing a set's always good. I love artisans. I haven't bought a lot recently though. I only enter bongos now for the most part. It's just I have other stuff I need to have my money for. Also, if you guys are interested in my next ceramic drop that I keep moving, I created a newsletter on my website. So if you're a Ko-fi or Discord sub, you'll already get first dibs. But next will be newsletter subscribers. And then the general public. It's on my website. Let me find it. Not my Ko-fi. So it'll go Discord subs. Discord subs, Ko-fi subs are the same. And then Twitch subs. And then newsletter subscribers. And then everyone else. I have a few Discord subs, but I'm not very good at upkeeping that. But you do have a special channel and whatnot. Let's see if I can find it. Where's my website? Oh, right here. Did I drop what? Yeah, so I'll only be doing that to be like, hey, drop is gonna be in a week, etc. It's just the email. But Pressy, you're a Ko-fi sub, so you'll get first dibs anyways. If you still want to sign up. It's just a subscribe you put in your email list. Yeah. So like I said. Oh, no, that's for my ceramic drops whenever I'm ready. Yeah. I'm pretty excited though because I got reached out to do a teapot commission for their tea ceremony, like a wedding ceremony. I'm like, oh god, okay. I gotta start hustling on that. Yeah, it's next year though, so I still have time. So I have time to, make mini teapots. I think Grizz asked me for a teapot set, so he'll probably get one of my prototypes. um, but I'm like slowly working through my commissions. I'll probably open up my commissions after I'm done with these, so probably in like 2 months or so. But right now they are closed to the public. But if you're a good pal of mine, you're like, Patty, I need something, just hit me up. But if I don't know you like that, then that's what I mean that it's close to the public. Hype K, what? Oh, did you like the matcha bowl? I actually was not happy with that commission, but he had waited so long that I was just like, okay, I'm gonna send him this one, and then once I get like an airbrush pen, then I'll remake it and send him another one. I was trying to do like that airbrushed effect because he has a tabby cat, an orange cat. Um, but I just couldn't get it right with the sponge. So, I mean, he says he likes it, but there's a part of me that's like, I'm not happy with it. I think that's just me being overtly critical of myself, though. Did I straighten my hair? No, I showered. Okay, this is gonna be really weird, but depending on the hormonal cycle I'm on, my hair will either be really straight or really wavy. Isn't that weird? Wait, Finn, I still owe you stuff. I still owe you stuff, Finn. Yeah, my hair's straight, but like just a few days ago it was wavy. I want to find a place to do flame working. So tomorrow I'm gonna ask Grisha because I'm going to a Round Rock art festival. So I'm gonna ask Grisha who. So I met Grisha when I did a pop up at Ghost Pepper, but then I took one of his workshops and I loved it. And there's not really anywhere to do flame working, so I'm gonna ask him like, how do I get started, or where should I go, or if he can actually teach me, you know, or if there's like anything I could do to like use the studio space. Flame bending, yeah. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna ask. I kind of want to take his pipe making workshop just so I know how to like do those shapes, but what am I gonna use the what am I gonna use the pipe for? Let's see. This is by Pika Roar. That's a funny name for the board. I know. You can thank pancake types for that. The tofu. I'm talking to YouTube. I'm multi-streaming, so don't worry, I'm not just talking to myself. Yeah, this is by Pikarar. Pikarar. YouTube can see the chat. Yeah, YouTube can see the chat. I got a haircut. Did you get a buzz cut? Do you guys have black hair or brown hair or blonde hair? Red hair. Same. I have gray hairs too. Do you guys have long hair, medium hair, short hair, no hair? I'm gonna be hosting a meetup September 26th. I'm gonna have a few giveaway prizes. I'm excited about it. Who's pulling up? Krillin. Keyboard. It's a keyboard meetup. I don't know if you're gonna find that, Capo. My nephew was here earlier, and he woke up from his nap, and he couldn't find my mom. So he started like walking around and like sniffling. And then I was sitting down eating. And then I looked at him, and then he looked at me, and he was like, like, hold me. So I held him. And then he fell asleep right here. But he was stinky. So I put him back on the couch. And then he woke up, and he was like really mad because he's like, what the fuck? Like, you were just holding me. Um, and then my mom made us like shaved ice. And so he ran over to me, and I gave him some of my shaved ice. And he just goes, mmm. And he just kept like opening his mouth at me. And I would give him a bite. He would just go, mmm. And then Connor had to take Nico up to wash her leg because she got, like, her leg got like stuff on it. And then he picked up Ginkgo and brought her upstairs. And then he looked at that and he was like, uh-oh. It's so cute. That's partially why it kind of took me like a long time because my mom was like, "Can you watch him while I make shaved ice?" So we all got shaved ice. That was a photo I posted. They washed him. I think he's gone now, but he was here for a little bit. It's strawberry coconut. Me and my so I ate strawberry coconut. My mom ate strawberry banana, and my dad ate red bean. They all had condensed milk, all had brown sugar, but yeah, mine had like the coconut milk. Yeah, my dad was like, "Do you want red bean?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "This is the best." I'm like, "No." Red bean? I don't like cold red bean. I like warm red bean. So there's like this tofu red bean soup that I like, but it has to be hot or warm. I just don't like cold red bean. It's just like a preference thing. There's like this Chinese dessert where it's like hot tofu and like syrup. Sometimes there's peanuts, sometimes there's red beans, sometimes green beans. I've been babysitting Fruit's cat, and anytime she sees me, she's like, meow, meow. And then today Connor went with me because they had to pick up food. I might have to pull up ATX, yes. Um, Connor was like washing his hands. He's like, why does Fruit have so many soaps? And I looked, yeah, he's like three different soaps. I was like, what the heck? I wonder if he bought one, was like, I don't like it, bought another one, was like, I don't like this, and bought another one. Really? I'm talking like three different hand soaps. Oh yeah, Aesop soap is really expensive though. That's like bougie soap. You know, if I won the lottery, I wouldn't tell anyone, but there would be signs. Yeah, I mean, if I was super rich, I would totally take my friends on vacation. Like, if you're like, hey, Patty, I want to go to, you know, whatever bougie place. Like, okay, let's go. I got you. I would, I would buy the recipe from Relapse's mother. I would pay her out. Well, I would just ask that if you travel with me, you wake me up when we need to go. I think that's the biggest thing. I just fall asleep really fast, and sometimes I'll wake up and, it's like, oh, I missed something because I was asleep. You know? Yeah. I felt bad for Arinish that one time because we were on the subway and we were both food combing, and I fell asleep like so easily. No like regard for my own safety. And Aaron was telling me, he was like, I had to stay awake just in case. He's like, but it was hard. I was like, oh, that's so sweet. I didn't even think about that. I just fell asleep. You know? I wasn't just like, I should stay awake, you know? No, I literally went on Subway. I was like, and he was like, oh, I stayed awake because I had to make sure nothing happened to you. And I was just like, that's so nice of you. You should have just let me fend for myself. So I asked that if we go on vacation, you wake me up in case we need to, and you do the directions. Like sometimes with me and my cousin travel, like I'm in charge of directions and I'm just like, I think it's this way. It's just like a struggle. Whereas when we traveled with Connor, it was so nice because Connor would be like, here, go here. Okay, now go here. Now go here. I'm like, oh, thank God. I don't have to think. But but it's just like I look at a place, I'm like, is this right? I always get lost, so Insty? I don't I don't know. I don't know how protective Insty is of his car. I've learned if I ride in Insty's car, I need to sit behind him. Because anytime I pass out, he snaps a picture of me and then it's like, look at her, she just fell asleep. But it was funny because I think we got bubble tea and I was sitting in the front seat. It was like maybe a 5-10 minute drive to the airport. I fell asleep like holding my tea. And he took a picture. He's like, look at this bitch. I'm like, oh my God, so rude. We're driving Florida. Never Dallas got separated. So wow. No, I'm like screwed. It's like really hard because once I went to I was road tripping with so I've road tripped with gym leader Nathan. Road trip as in like a long drive, and also Ryan, Lil Stacks, okay. And those two were both like, don't fall asleep on me. You need to stay awake. And it was so difficult. Gym leader Nathan's like, you're going on a trip with me, you need to stay awake. I'm like, I'm not meant for front seat talking, right? And then Ryan was too, because he was like panicking because his Rivian was like running low on battery. He was like panicking. And so that one wasn't as hard, but there were points where I was just like, "Ugh, huh." But Nathan would be like, XXW, XXW. I'm like, please, just let me sleep. That was rough. What's scary? Well, Nathan has really bad road rage too, so that was always interesting. The tea in hand? I think it's just because my body's conditioned myself. Yeah, well, I need to be able to sleep. Like people tell me like, "Oh, sit in the front." I'm like, "No, I'm gonna pass out. I don't want that. I don't want that responsibility. I mean, that's fine. I don't mind that. You can sing all you want. Oh, is it pink? Oh my god, Joe. You know, you know, another girl's hair clip in your car could be devastating in some cases. You could talk to her, she'll still KO. Yeah, just be like Vin and just talk to me despite that I'm asleep. And then people are like, she's asleep. And he just doesn't care and just keeps talking to me. Who, Vin? I feel like unless you have interacted with Vin IRL, I think it's one of those things where you learn very fast. He'll say what he wants to say. There's no social tact, really. And when you're like, can't say that, he's like, am I wrong? So I think the best thing to do is just let him say what he wants to say, but you may or may not be paying attention. And that's on him. Like, he got what he wanted to say out, and that's that. Sorry, Vin. I think there was one point we were all in the room and Vin was talking to me and I fell asleep. And I think Insty was like, she's asleep. And he was just like, just kept talking anyways. Hello, Rouse. How you doing? Doing good. We're just building and reviewing a keyboard as per usual. Talking about being able to fall asleep in the car. I always fall asleep in a car. Oh, Joe, are you gonna come to the meetup September 26th? I'm gonna put it on the key meet pretty soon. I'll have a RSVP, but you don't like have to. It's open to the public, so. Yes, it is. Open bar, no. Who's going to keep life? If you're going to keep life, I'll see you there. Yeah, I get why they didn't make this separated, but at the same time, the way they connected it doesn't make sense to me. But also, they did not give me cavity blockers, so I might have to make my own. I mean, they aren't bad with ribbon cables, but I feel like they could have still connected this in a different way. But, I mean, it's probably fine. Probably okay. Okay. Let me go grab switches. I'll be right back. Yeah, that'd probably be good. I'm actually gonna use tactiles today. Oh, yeah. I think I might have enough switches with this one. Not force break. You know, this has wireless, right? I'm missing the foam for the battery cavity. Sorry? No, you're good. Why are you sorry? It's okay. Honestly, I'm just glad that KBD still sends me boards. That's okay. I don't mind. Yeah, they're kiwis. Oh, why didn't you go to the Dallas? Kiwis are fine. It's the dragon fruits. Vile Deacon, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it. actually sold all my banana splits to an influencer. Good night, Matt. You want to see the influencer I sold my banana splits to? No, she follows me on Twitter. She's hot. Yeah, she follows me on Twitter because of that. No, she really wanted banana splits. And I was like, I got you, girl. So. Oh, Tofull. I think I just followed you on Instagram. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream? Ikari, baby. It's not Ikari, it's someone else. Pressy. Wasted no time on that. Thanks for the raid. My name is Patricia. I build and review keyboards. Today we're reviewing a pink keyboard actually. And yeah, I'm just putting in the switches now. I got a notification that someone had made a story using the sticker from my username story, and I think that's how I found you. So I appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Thanks for shouting them out. But yeah, I used to have banana splits, but I sold all of them to her. Always love my builds. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm reviewing the Tofull today. Oh, really? I was supposed to help him fix Scar's PCB, but he took so long that Scar just bought a brand new keyboard from me. I was like, okay. But I did connect with John because he was gonna reach out to me. Let me see. Does he still follow me on? Oh yeah, he still follows me on Twitter. Yeah, we were supposed to connect, but he's actually into keyboards. Thanks for the follow. Today we're reviewing a full-size keyboard. Quarter Jade in real life, like she's pretty online, but when you meet her in real life, like I met her very briefly, she's like, I think she's even prettier in person. Like she's already really pretty online, but like meeting her in person was like, oh my god. She's very nice. I hope people say that about me one day. uh, talking about Quarter Jade, who is Mr. Yoshi's or John's girlfriend. Are those kiwis? Yeah, they're the only ones I have like just a big bag for. Um, I don't think so. I know. Uh, I, s- I remember getting these, the banana splits, and the dragon fruits, but they were so bad. Yeah, I don't follow too much of their stuff, but dragon fruits are awful. Yeah, so here's like the issue is that whenever you're pressing it down here, this part kind of like looks like it might snap off. Honestly, with like the OTV group, I'm only close with Skara. Everyone else I just kind of know very vaguely. And I know some of you aren't like the biggest fans of like Christopher Yee, but he's always actually been really nice to me as well. Oh, Phoenix, thank you again for the raid. I did fix that thing that you raided me into last night. I did fix it, thankfully. Thanks for the raid. Thank you for the follows. My name is Patricia. If you're new here, I build review keyboards. Today we are building the Tofull, which comes out on the 14th. And we're using Kiwi switches, which might be a blast to the past for some of you. But if you don't know the Kiwi switches, they came out around the height of like when the banana splits. If you guys remember those switches came out. I know. I needed a bunch of switches, and I typically try to avoid using switches that you can't buy anymore, just because like I would hate to, have a configuration and people try to replicate it, but they're not able to. But uh because it's a full size, I don't I don't normally buy switches in a for full size. I think most I buy is like 90. It's just cuz I just have containers of leftover switches, so it's one of those things where like I try not to buy more than I need, and there was a long time where we weren't really building like full size. Well, I feel like recently a lot of people have been coming out with full sizes, so not having to mix and match, I um just decided to use these. I mean, I leave extras too, but it's you sometimes you end up with like a lot. You're just kind of like, well, what do I do with this now? Cat yellows are really popular with the 40s community. I remember that. think 40s are really cute. Hi Patty, your hair looks nice today. Thank you. How you doing? That's so sad. I never get to make your streams. So I watch the VODs, or try to, but I'm sad. I would love to watch more of your streams. Oh, you have the 8008. We're talking about 40s. Kira shows in. No, no, it's not you. I just... Uh, it's not you. You do you. Are you a little less busy recently? Patty, what do you mean you can't pay these switches? Ilum KB still sells them? Oh, really? Well, that's good to know. Alright guys, if you like this build, you can buy them from... from... Ilum KB. Wow, that's good to know. I don't use this tool very often, but I love this tool. Yeah, that's what I meant when I said, oh, I'm gonna build the tactiles. This is a switch pusher. So if you struggle pushing in switches like this all the way, you can use this to help you really make sure it's all secure in. So your poor fingies. I mean, maybe you guys are all macho men, or you have macho fingers that you're like, that's not an issue, but if you got frail fingies like me, then having something like this is honestly super nice. Yeah, everyone's like, I'm a macho man, I don't need that. Then you're not the right demographic. Oh, like putting it into the PCB. Yeah, that's why like having this is really nice for me. With pottery and ceramics, my hands just get really dry these days. And so they're a lot, I guess, more sensitive. Oh, really? So you think their new molds are just too big? Yesterday, someone wrote me a nice review about my streams. Made me really happy. I was just thinking about that. Just leave the clay on. I actually went back to my studio and I made that panda one I posted, but it cracked. So it's a good thing I let it slow dry. So I need to go back soon and fix the crack. When did I get a tat on my finger? This was my very first tattoo. It's well hidden though, right? This was my very first. It says Wong. No fucking way. Yeah. Yeah, my very first. Did you know I have a nose ring too? I remember someone's like, Patty, you have a nose ring? I'm like, what? I said, yo, funny. You gotta look at it real quick. Oh yeah, so it's the character Wong, my last name, and it's on my ring finger. So, when and if I get married, I still have it with me. I still have my last name with me. So my first tattoo was very symbolic, right? Is it balanced though? It is, but it's morphed over the years. Yeah. It's really morphed over the years, as you can see. You can see. Yeah. It is balanced though. You could see. You think it'll leave after? I got this one retouched by Ringo. Leon. If you guys know him. He's based in Houston, also into keyboards. Yeah, he came to Austin for a guest spot, and I hit him up and he helped me retouch this. But other than that, these are all still, none of them have been retouched. I wonder how many mustache tattoos and fingers are still out in the wild. Yeah. There's definitely a wave right now of, girlies getting, not just girlies, I shouldn't say girlies, but people getting like uh just like flash tattoos. So they don't have like one big one, they have just like a lot of small ones. Fine line stuff, yeah. Oh, that's true. Mine has gotten a little like murky over the years, but this has gone with me through like working at a restaurant from doing ceramics. So we'll see. Yeah, like the flash fine line tattoo stuff is really popular. I see a lot of people with just like one or they have like multiple small ones. I feel like it's a little bit more rare to see just like just big pieces. Hmm. I do see less and less tribal, thankfully. And not to like shame anyone with those tribal tattoos, but I don't think there's anything wrong with tramp stamps. Yeah, I started really small, as you can see right here, and then I got bigger over the years. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with tramp stamps. Isn't it funny how like the location of a tattoo like dictates whether I just think it's weird. Yeah, pretty much. So this board, let's do this one first. So it looks like there are, so similar to what we've been seeing, the two mountings with PCB gasket or top mount. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Actually goes down here. So PCB gasket or plate top mount. As plateless as possible. I know. I'm gonna see what it sounds like without the cavity filled, but we'll see. Or, yeah, without the cavity filled. And if we need to, then I will add it. Like ham steaks, right? Call them cake toppers? What? Are you talking about tramp stamps? Oh, I don't know about that. This is a custom mouse. Yeah, this is the Opus, or this is the this is a different custom mouse. But we're working on a collaboration. But it is by that Discord I have linked. Oh, man, I forget the name. Fat Free Water's gonna be so sad. He's gonna be like, how could you have forgotten the name of this mouse? It is called... Oh my goodness. You know, surprisingly, Fat Free and I talk a lot. I tried to find the name. Let me just DM him. Fat Free Water, where are you? Fat Free Water. Oh, BG, thank you for the raid. Hello. Hi, sorry. I was trying to message someone. Okay, so this is the Opus, but it's a different donor. But yeah, this is the Opus. Okay. Thank you for the raid. How have I been? I've been good. So if you're new here, my name is Patricia or Patty or XXW. I build and review keyboards, but I also play a lot of video games. And if you're on Instagram, I also do pottery. So today we are reviewing this board. It's a big one. you're interested in this desk mat, it's by Pikaroar, Pikarar. I was just trying to send the mouse name. Yeah, so this one we're reviewing today. This mouse is also a custom. But thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How have you been? I hope you've been okay, like health-wise and stuff like that. Yes, Pikaroar, she has really cute stuff. I like her a lot because she actually does black and tan Shiba merch stuff. My dog is a black and tan Shiba, so I love her stuff. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. We're gonna do a typing test for this one soon. A match made in heaven, yeah. What are you guys doing today? What were you streaming? We just started playing Desktop Explorer. I'm curious what games you've been playing recently. Boss Quest, the 7. I'm sorry, did I ruin one of your streaks? There's like a part of me where sometimes I'm like, maybe I just shouldn't stream because I might mess up people's streaks. But then I think about it and I'm like, is it better to like not stream? Or should I just stream regardless? That's part of the challenge? Kind of. I think if I were just more consistent with when I started. Yeah, but you know, people are busy, so I get it. You're not always able to maintain the streak, you know. Okay. Boom. This is a keyboard we built today. We need to find keycaps. Can I put a yellow set on here? You guys care? Pink and yellow? I didn't realize clips count too. You do you. Okay, you said it. You can't be like, this is ugly. BRB. Okay, let me go grab it real quick. KBD came out with their new set and it's so pretty. I'm thinking about asking them for one. But they just gave me absolute, so there's a part of me that's like, maybe I shouldn't ask. Muted? It doesn't say I'm muted. Yes, I like their PBT fan song. Cause you know, I was part of the scam whenever it was, what's their name? I bought a green set from them, and then I think Lube picked it up, and then Lube left too. What was that company that went under? Yeah, Otak Keeps. Yeah, that one. No. Ota Keeps. No, it was Ota Keeps. It was the DMK set, the green one. And then Loop took it over, and then they also poofed, so. Hello, Bloodgrace. Oh yeah, this is called the Tofull. Yeah. I mean, we'll see about Keep House. I understand why they didn't, like, want to start something new, but to take over a brand that already has, like, so much attached to their name, it's like a little... What? You think it's atrocious? No, it's not. I like it. I like the yellow. Oxy, don't be a hater. I like it. No, I like it. It's a translucent and it's with the green. Yeah, I think it's the green messing with it. This is Dami Key. No, it's not the keycap's fault, okay? It's... Don't be like that! No, it's not! You guys. You guys are haters. Oxy's being a hater. I think it's cute. Curious how nobody's defending it? Curious how no one is agreeing with you either. See you straighter. The poll going, no. Yeah, I think it's the green. Why? I was trying to go for pink lemonade. Yeah, Gloomy got it. It's pink lemonade. You don't see it? Piss? Does strawberry lemonade remind you of piss? No? You guys. What kind of strawberry lemonade are you drinking? Oh my god, you guys are just haters. That's what I'm saying, D-Lao. Like, what the heck? You guys are haters. Yeah, I mean, it could just be... I think it's because the green is kind of shining through. I think it's cute. I like it here. They're so mean. They're so mean. I'm here vibing. And they're like, Patty, that looks like piss. What the heck? Okay. Insert home. It's literally just the green switches. Print, scroll, walk. Or print, yeah. I'm gonna put this guy. No, it doesn't quite match. Maybe this guy. Yellow, you guys. Come on. It's really not that bad. I've been wanting to use this keycap set though. And you guys are saying it looks bad! I would have used my other pink set, but the back side? You mean the blank side? Yeah, it's weird because it's slightly translucent and the switches are green. So it just looks a little off. No, that's okay. Chat can hate, but they're already on, so maybe once I take it off, I'll pick a different set, but they're already on, so you guys are just gonna have to deal with it for now. Yeah, I hate on them too, it's fine. Look, they have little ducks. How could you hate this set? They're so cute. Yeah, I know. I know. I agree with you guys. We've all established that the Switch makes us look bad, but we're gonna roll with it since they're on. Okay. Alright, so this build we're using Kiwi. Oh, W. Oh. Oh. I didn't test the switches. Sorry. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's quite a bit of keys. It's probably the switches. Yes, I mentioned that earlier too, was there are a few things I'm not sure why they designed the way that they did. So the first being this was very close to being like a true full size, but they didn't add these keys. Second of all, the PCBs are separate, or they're not separate, sorry. The plates are separate, the PCBs are together, but it's held together by a really, I don't want to say thin, but you know, like with KBD, how they do like the squiggly stuff with their daughter boards? It's held together by something like that, similar. It's just like a thin piece of PCB that's not connected on one side. So I'll show you afterwards, but I don't know why they designed it like that. And Pancake was telling me maybe it's because of the ribbon cables. I see. I mean, in my opinion, they should have just made it a full size, like a true full size, or perhaps have incorporated something here so that it was like more of an illusion that it was like a full size rather than almost a full size, you know? It it is, but it's not like a true full size has all these keys, right? This is just missing the 3 keys. It's still a full size, but not a true full size, right? Oh, it's just like actuating forever. Why is this one doing that? Oop. Frank. Which bottom? Yeah. Um, so some full sizes don't have keys here at all. Some have media keys right here, and then some have indicators right here. The ones I've always used though have like their indicators right here. I never use media keys, but okay. Let's see. Hopefully this works now. This is with Kiwi switches. Okay. Alright, chat. This is the Tofull. We're using an aluminum plate with Kiwi switches. This is no foam. And we're using Dami keycaps. Sorry, spacebar sounded a little off, right? Anyways, I don't think there was... I couldn't hear the cavity issue. Maybe because it's using the PCB gasket. Maybe it might sound different with top mount, but despite the cavity not being filled, I didn't really hear much. I will add a disclaimer that I don't usually use tactiles. I feel like sometimes it can kind of mask stuff, but I didn't hear anything like glaringly standing out other than maybe the spacebar, but I think that's partially because of oops. Um the stabilizer I ended up using and the keycap also not being like fully sat. Yeah. But I don't think the cavity thing was really an issue here. So maybe we don't need to use it, but I think it's still safe to have regardless. Okay, but let's hear what this sounds like with the top mount. People don't like the yellow on pink. I mainly picked this keycap set because it's brand new and I knew I had an numpad for it. Whereas like some of the GMK sets I don't necessarily have numpad for, so. You're curious? Yeah, let's see. I actually typically try to get numpad keycaps, but sometimes I'm just not able to, you know. Mango sticky rice. It has a name, but I don't remember the name. But everyone's Hayden, so maybe I'll swap it. Or I say heck you guys all. I actually do have a pink set that I would have liked to use with this, but it's on a different keyboard that a friend has, so sorry. But I think we ran into this issue with like another pink board. I just didn't have the numpad for it. I could swap to a GMK set, but like I said, I have to find one that I have numpad for. Like usually I would buy numpad for all my sets, but there are some sets like Peach Blossom, for example, that I wasn't able to get like the numpad set during the drop. This one will keep on for the top mount, but then afterwards I'll swap the set. Wait, are you the same person in YouTube chat, or are you different? Because your name's both Kaze. Maybe it's just coincidence. Okay. So for this one, they did include this little force break right here. So I could put it on. Oh, you were, yeah. Yeah. I stream on my VOD channel, so there's not really that much of the community there, but I have it so that I don't have to upload the VOD later to YouTube, so I just stream it concurrently. And then I post, because I have two YouTube channels, right? I have one where it's just like my keyboard, like just VODs, unfiltered VODs. And then I have my main channel, which is, has like the cut down video. Well, so Twitch used to have these things called highlights, and they still have it, but it's just, I used to be to highlight a lot of stuff and then instantly upload it to YouTube, but they started adding like a really small cap on the highlights, and they just made it a lot harder to get like the Twitch VOD to YouTube, just in general. So, because imagine, you know, I download the broadcast from Twitch and it's like a 5-6 hour broadcast, and then I have to download that, and then I have to upload that to YouTube. It was crazy. So I figured the best way to kind of combat that is just dual stream, right? So the VOD is both on Twitch and YouTube automatically. Yeah. So that's why I stream on my VOD channel, just these builds. But ideally it's like I post the condensed content on my main channel. Okay. We gave our cats this new food, and one of our cats has been protesting, just like refuses to eat it. But she gets hungry, so she has to like eat it regardless, or the other cats will eat it. So I'm like, actually this is a different cat trying to eat her food now. So Cosmo has a special urinary tract food because he's a male cat, and they get like, if they get crystals, it's actually deadly for them. And the girls want his wet food. I don't know why. They just really like the way his wet food tastes compared to theirs. So they always try to take his wet food. And so we have to feed them all separately now, or else like when we're not looking, they'll take his wet food and they won't eat their wet food, and it's like cat politics. And then we swap them over to this healthier food that doesn't have like byproduct. But our cat Miso hates it, and so she will only eat because like she gets so hungry, but she tries to like break into the room to get Cosmo's food. So we're gonna have to swap this one. Yeah, but the reason we don't give them Cosmo's food is because his is prescription food and it's really expensive. Oh, because it's really expensive. And I can't just with the prescription buy like enough for all three of them. Like he just didn't write enough prescription for all three of them. Like it should only be for Cosmo. Like they still eat wet food, but they just like his wet food. Yeah, yeah, it's really pricey. And plus I only have like a certain number of refills on it. Yeah. So it's like they all want to eat Cosmo's food, and now they don't want to eat or one of them doesn't want to eat their new dry food. So it's like cat politics. Now, let me see how much they sell it for on Chewy real quick. So for a pallet of Cosmos food, a case of 24 is, because I have auto ship, it's 65.99 for 24. Um, I have to buy two of them, right? Because they eat two meals a day, so it's a lot. Because they're small cans. Yeah. His food is really expensive, but he did almost pass away from a crystal thing. Like he got blocked. Like he was fine for many years. And then like we would give him like normal wet food here and there, and then all of a sudden he just developed a crystal. Despite like they drink a lot of water, my cats. Um, but the veterinarian was just like, he just needs to be on the urinary food forever. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, Cosmo's been through a lot. So, um, a really long time ago, there was a cup that shattered in the bathroom, and one of the fragments like slid under somewhere, and then I think over the years as we like moved stuff, it like resurfaced, and it was by his food bowl, and he accidentally ate it, so he ate a broken piece of glass, and obviously it cut him up, and he lost so much blood he needed to get a blood transfusion. So that was really, really traumatizing for me because he just had like a giant gash in his mouth, and then it went inside and it like started cutting him up. Lost a lot of blood, needed to get a blood transfusion, but there were no places in Austin that had his type of blood. So the emergency hospital we went to basically had to call Texas A&M to be like, do you have this type of cat blood? And thankfully they were like, yeah, we do. And it was really scary because like, I guess I walked in here and he was like laying with his mouth open in like a pool of blood. Okay. That's how I found him. And I guess as he was sleeping, he didn't realize he was bleeding and just like bled everywhere. Okay. So we had to get him a blood transfusion. And that was really, really scary, but he survived that, thankfully. And they stitched him up and everything. And thankfully, it didn't do permanent damage inside, right? So he survived that. And then, like, A few years later, he just he was like peeing outside the box, and then he would also like try to like I could see him try to use the restroom, but nothing was like coming out, and he would just stay in the litter box like he was like backed up. And so we took him to the vet again, and they were just like, "Oh, he has crystals." Um, so we had to put him under treatment where they basically like gave him the thing to like flush it out and everything. And then after that, they were just like, he needs to be on urinary food. And then now that he's getting older, he's like slowly lost his sight. So he's just my old man. Um, yeah. How much is a normal wet food for the other cats? Oh, it's cheap. It's like 20 bucks for like 30. It's cheap. It's really cheap. It's not that bad. It's just his food is so expensive. All right. Anyways, yeah, he's good. He's good now. It's been a few years since we've had a scare, but I mean that's part of owning an animal, right? Kilo is 15, Miso is 14, and Cosmo's 13. So yeah. And then Ginkgo is turning 8 this year. So yeah, Kilo is my little Siamese. Miso is my tabby, and Cosmo is my Persian. They're all in their tens. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if you could see them. This one's Kilo. That one's Miso. My kitties. Cosmo's sleeping on the other side. Yeah, those are my cats. Yeah. Yeah, the cat food is very expensive, but it's like essential for him to live, so yeah, you guys don't remember that whole Cosmo incident? I thought he was dead. I legitimately thought he had died. uh okay, let me mute real quick. Alright guys, so this is with top mount. Okay. Yeah, I don't think the battery cavity thing is an issue with this. Maybe because it is just like I don't know. Interesting. One story you had about them. Oh, yeah, they used to sleep on top of my chair and then one of them threw up. So I had to get this chair. Yeah. Yeah. That was interesting. Well, they're all different cats. So Cosmo's the one who has ate a shard of glass and also had the urinary thing. Miso is the one who's really picky about food and also she has gingivitis, so we've actually gotten her surgery to help her with that. And then Kilo's just hardy. My Kilo girl's just healthy and happy. Yeah, they were pretty big. Uh, we have to do the other plate, but I was just curious if you guys wanted to hear it with foam. We don't have to, I was just asking. The girl tuxedo only sleeps on the bed of the sheets and on my orange tuxedo like Zach Nutty. It does make it sound different, yeah. It's also how it feels typing, but it's kind of hard to describe how it feels. It's mainly if we want to add foam, which does change how it sounds, but not everyone is interested in foam, but we can. It's just that if we do foam builds, that will add a lot more time, and then I probably won't have time to play games if you guys are waiting for me to continue Desktop Explorer, but I can. I basically slept all day today, so it's just depending on if you guys want to hear it with the foam or if you would rather just watch the game. I am not streaming tomorrow. I have stuff I have to do tomorrow. You want to hear the difference? Okay. I have a workshop. Nope, nothing here. This is a key. I just took it off. Meepergon, I'm hosting a meetup September 26th. Actually, Oxy brought up a good point. If you look at most true full sizes, it's actually usually only indicators or media keys. What you're thinking of are 1800s that do the 4 keys. But if you look at true full sizes, yeah, if you look at true full sizes, it's actually usually just indicators and like branding. Yeah. It's the week after. It was the only time I could get for last month. Oh, yeah, for like custom boards, yes. But if you look at like the mainstream full size boards, it's actually normally media keys or indicators. Mm-hmm. It's gonna be in Austin, Texas. Little short meetup. No, no. I agree with you, Meepergon. I think it looks a little off to me too, but I was like, normally the keys here, there's like 4 keys. And Oxy was like, is there? And then I looked it up and I was like, oh shit, actually, it's normally just indicators and branding. This probably just looks off because there's nothing there. There's no branding, no nothing. The meetup is in Austin. It's gonna be at AARC, which is the Asian American Resource Center. It's a free event. Like, I don't even have to pay for the room. The only thing is that it has to be open to the public. I'm gonna do a few giveaways. I didn't want to do it so soon after Keep Life, but it was like the only weekend available. And I'm gonna be busy in October. So I think the biggest thing is that I don't have to pay for the venue at all. So that's really nice. Oh, yeah. Wait, where are you based? Because there's a meetup in California pretty soon that I'm gonna be at as well. It's like a really big meetup, Keep Life. No, not research, it's resource, sorry. Yeah, if anyone is in California or that area, there's a big meetup at Pasadena, Keep Life. That'll be fun. Okay, did we decide if we want foam with aluminum or with the PC? Let's do it with the PC. I really like the AARC Center. It's actually one of the pop-ups we did there. We made we had over 100 sales. Like, we are very successful there. And they've always been really nice. Oh, I see. Okay, so the California one is too far to Keep Life is like 200 people. Mine is like 40. I'll pick different keycaps too. Since you guys are haters. Yeah, so tomorrow I'm going to an art festival in the morning, and then I will be going to a workshop, a ceramic workshop in the afternoon. And my cousin is actually going to be part of this like bake exchange. And she invited me over in the afternoon to go try some of the stuff she has. So I'm excited for that. Yeah, pretty much. Did she message me? I have the damp box class. Boop, 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 boop. I've been following. I've been following this ceramic drama. Did I already tell you guys about it? So this lady started selling courses on how she achieves her glaze combos, and people are calling her out about it because they were just like, it's one thing if she makes her own glazes, but it's another thing if she's like just trying to resell commercial glaze combos that other people have found, but they're like either not on social media or they're like not active, you know. And so people are calling her out because they're like, it's really bad that you're basically trying to make money off your fellow potters who, you know, you have the free resources. And her class was like not cheap either. I think if it were like cheaper, where she's like, you know, I did the research and I compiled everything, I think that's fine, right? But it's the fact that she's trying to charge like $60 for her courses, and it's just combos that you can probably find through like public forums. And then it was also bad because like she was making it seem like she made these glazes, and then someone took her course and was like, she just uses commercial glazes. And so some people felt like they were ripped off because they're like, it's one thing if you're giving us like a formula you made yourself, but it's like another thing to like false advertise it and just like you just end up using commercial glazes. So some people are defending her, some people are like it's a scam. So I've just like I've just been reading up on that. Maybe document your experience with the sprayer. You can just order whichever one you want, Ben. We'll just go with it. We'll just go with it. I just need it to be small and portable. What? Aren't you supposed to pick the gift? So for those who are like, I don't really see what's the issue. So in terms of keyboards, say it's like she comes out with like a bunch of different, keyboard cases and they all look really cool. And then she says like, I designed them myself. Okay. And you're like, wow. And she's like, I have a guide. So if you would also like to design it yourself, you can pay me money for this guide. Okay. And then you find out once you buy the course is that she didn't make these designs by herself. She just followed other people's designs that had made it free online, and she had basically rebranded it as her own. And that's why people are getting mad, because they were like, number one, it's misleading. Number two, why would we buy this course from you whenever we could buy it from other people for free, right? That one I don't have any space for, Vin. That's the only thing. Plus, don't you need a compressor thing too? Yeah, so that's why there's drama. And then people were calling her out for it, and then she just ended up blocking. And then I think some of them were just like really vindictive and then started commenting the combos. And then she started deleting those comments and started just like responding to people being like, oh, it's this and this. So she's trying to do damage control, And so now it's actually started a trend where people have been being like, no gatekeeping here. Here's how I achieve this. Can I? No, I don't want to. Are you paying her to do it? Yes. So that's why some people are defending her, but people are saying that she's prefacing it as if she came up with the combos. And that it's like her unique combos. But when a few people took her courses and realized that you could have already found all these combos on one of the like Glaze share websites. But it's the fact that she is claiming credit and marketing as like her own unique ones that she made when it's not. And I think that's the issue, right? People are having, because she didn't make these glazes from scratch and she's just using commercial glazes. But whenever people bought the course, they were assuming they were getting, like her own recipes. Whereas like you could just go on like the most popular, there's this website called Glacier, and you could just look up most popular combo that people heart, and she basically just took like the top 10 combos and labeled it as hers. But the resource is all there, right? It's just she marketed it really well, but it's almost like false advertising. So I think that's like the main issue people have. Are the novelties AI? Like that's confirmed, or? I'm going to some treatments for health conditions next year. I want to be able to travel. Yeah. I mean, meetups happen yearly, so. I hope you feel better soon. Also, I don't want to get into more drama. That was stressful. I didn't even do anything wrong. That was crazy. So for context, I got caught up in some pottery drama because it was crazy how this person clocked me. But basically, I released a video about me taking laser cutting courses, and I made this cutter that so it's called a rib. So it's basically a tool you use and you can push the clay and it'll follow the shape. So if you're trying to make like even bubble ridges, right? It's just a tool to make it a lot easier. And so since I was still kind of a beginner, I made this rib to help me throw the Yakult shape. So it's also a lot faster. Cause yeah, I could shape it with my hands, but if I just used a rib, it was just like a lot faster, a lot more consistent, right? So I cut up this rib, or I laser cut this rib, and then one of the creator's fans was like, that looks really close to so and so's like Yakult bottle. And I didn't know who that was at the time because so here's the thing. I didn't follow this creator on Instagram, but I had followed her on TikTok. Okay, because at the time my Instagram was still very like keyboard focused, right? I had just kind of started ceramics, but yeah, someone was just like, that rib looks really close to so and so creator's like piece. And then I was just like, oh, it's actually not like I based it off the Yakult bottle because, I've been drinking Yakult since I was a wee lad. And wee lass, I should say. And they basically just accused me of copying their design. And I got really confused because I was like, first of all, this is a Yakult bottle. She doesn't own the Yakult bottle shape. And I was like, and secondly, like, I don't even know who this person is because like, at the time when I followed her, I didn't realize she was a lot bigger on Instagram than she was on TikTok, right? And so I was just like, I don't know who this is, but I swear I didn't copy her. And I was just like, I can show you like my original files and, how I designed it. And the person just wouldn't let it go and eventually got the creator involved. And I was like, I don't know who you guys are. And then eventually, the creator stepped in, was like, I don't like the potter was like, I didn't want to say anything, but your sister did follow me on social media and does know who I am and is like pretending like she didn't copy this idea from me, right? And it was crazy because I sent that commenter, the fan, like my design and her design, and she photoshopped it to exactly fit that one lady's piece. Like she distorted it herself to be like, look, it's an exact fit. But if you look at my design and if you look at the other potter's design, it's different. But Homegirl decided to take the image I sent her to be like, it's not the same shape, like here you go. She decided to take that picture I sent her, Photoshop it herself to make it look exactly the same, and then send it to that creator to be like, this girl's copying you, right? That was like really stressful. But basically what had happened was I know because it was so crazy when I had to deal with it. It was so crazy. Because what had happened was, so I was just like, you know what? I don't know who this person is. I don't I don't follow them on Instagram. And then she started, like, the Potter started getting called out, and finally she's just like, I have proof that Patricia follows me on social media and copied my idea. Okay. And so she messaged my sister and was like, here's my proof that, you know, Patricia followed me on TikTok. And then in front of my sister, I opened my TikTok in front of her. So they were all looking because they were like, she says you follow her on TikTok. And I was like, I do. So I opened TikTok in front of them on my phone and they look, I'm not following her. And so she was trying to spin the narrative saying that I followed her and then I unfollowed her once I got caught copying her. Okay? And she was like, I have a screenshot from 6 months ago. Um, I have a screenshot from 6 months ago when your sister first followed me, and I looked at her profile and I saw she had done something very similar to me, right? So my sister got involved because she was just like, you know, unless the creator, you know, is upset about this herself, then maybe, you know, this fan shouldn't be so crazy. And so then the creator finally was like, I'm going to send you proof that, you know, she followed me. So my theory is that, you know, she had actually blocked me and removed me so that I couldn't see her stuff because she thought I was copying her all those months ago. And so I had to look through her stuff to be like, oh, I liked one of her posts from like a long time ago because she had made a really cool Gudetama Yakult or Gudetama whisk holder. So I liked her and I followed her, right? Not gonna lie, taking a screenshot, hanging on for 6 months. She did that because there was another creator copying her, and she was basically trying to, she was trying to just, what is it called? She was getting lawyers involved to say that that was like her creative property or something. So I guess she thought that I was like trying to copy her too, and just wanted to have like proof. So that's why she screenshotted my profile. And then she says she didn't remove me. But like literally my sister and her husband watched me open this in front of them and they saw I wasn't like following her. Well, to be fair, her fan who like tried to clock me was like really egging her on. Was like, "Oh, you know, look, she actually did copy you and I have proof." And then that's when she's like, "Oh, you know, I actually recognize her username because she followed me a while ago because I saw her also making Yakult holders on TikTok." So she claims that she didn't do anything, but I legit had no reason to like unfollow her, you know? And I'm a creator myself. And if I were to like take the inspiration from someone, like you guys know, I will always credit them, right? I will always be like, oh, I got this idea from so and so. I recreated it. But, you know, if it's not like my original idea, I would never like think about selling them. And Yakult bottles weren't even like like an original concept. So it was bad. Long story short though, we resolved it, we became friends, but that her one follower was just not, she was crazy. And that's an example of like, I don't know. I don't even know what that's an example of, but it was just really hard because I was like, damn, you know, I would never copy someone, and if I like got inspiration from someone, I would always credit them. And I feel like it's really sad that, you know, you're basically telling me like you can't create your cult things because someone else created it. And I get like creators wanting to like, or artists wanting to like protect their intellectual like property, but for me it was like, you know, you're not the only one who grew up with your cult stuff, right? I drink it every day. I grew up with that. And for someone to be like, yeah, you can't make stuff like that, sorry. It's like really crazy to me. But yeah, long story short, we talked it out. It was just like a big misunderstanding. Found out that that follower was just like egging her on and how she never really wanted to do anything. And it gave her like a lot of anxiety and, you know, I had to show her proof. I had to show her proof that I was like, look, this is when you first posted your Yakult holders. I was already trying to practice throwing this shape, and I already had this idea in my mind before you even posted it on social media, right? I was like, here are all my progress photos, and I was like, that video you saw 6 months ago was only the first time I was comfortable posting it online, you know? But the fact that I had to be like, here's my proof that I've actually had this idea for a long time and that I didn't like copy you, and I was like, I grew up your cult myself, and just like having to defend myself was like so stressful, you know? Long story short, now your cult's planning to sue you both, yeah, basically. We're also friends now, too. But at the time, it was definitely like, oh my god, what do I do, chat? Some people are just like, ignore her. But you know, I really didn't want that reputation of like, oh, she copies people. That's why whenever I saw there was another pottery drama and I like rolled my eyes and I actually had to block that user because it like triggered me. Like my PTSD kicked in. So there's another ceramic artist who basically made a post about how this person was like copying her and then sold her rice cooker and then or her rice cooker design and basically like had to DM them to be like, please don't make that design. And basically made a video about like, you know, at what point do we draw the line between getting inspiration or just copying people? And then like, yeah, she had copied the exact model of a rice cooker she grew up with, and she was doing pre-orders for $200. And someone else like decided to make their own, and she caught wind of it, and she basically sent them an email being like, you can't do those, or give me credit and also take it down. And it was funny because like she was also, because someone was like, hey, you know, this other creator has been making the same rice cooker you have years before you know, blew, like years before. It's just you happen to like blow up with it on social media. And they're like, what do you have to say about that? Because technically you copied her. And then her response was like, yeah, that's why it's like a debate between, you know, copying and getting inspiration too. And it's just such a weird line, you know. It's like she basically was being a hypocrite. And I had to block her because I was like, first of all, you got that person, that small artist to like take it down. And second of all, you're making a video and you posted their stuff to be like, yeah, this person copied me, after they had already taken down their post. And now you're just trying to like have a discussion about how someone copied you, but you're also talking about how, you know, it's hard because, you know, we all grew up with similar experiences. So what's the line between copying and just drawing inspiration? And then also saying like, also being like, oh, you know, even though this other person did it before me, like, that's why, you know, it's so hard to determine whether, you know, the difference between copying and inspiration. Yeah, so I actually had to block her. And then people have sent me her videos and it just says like unavailable. I'm like, I can't see it. This is probably the chick I blocked. I just didn't see the point of her coming online shaming this person that, you know, was just trying to like make stuff on their own, and like they had already taken down the post like out of respect for you, and you still decided to put them in a video, and then you were trying to make people take your side about it when you had already resolved it. Like, what is the point? And so I just got mad. I was just like, I don't want to support this kind of person ever. Right? Yeah, I got angry. Mm-mm. Hold on. Let me grab something. Should I use La Vie and Rose? Does this have one pad? It does. I know this one has numpad, so I'm just gonna use it. Yeah. Yeah, you. Yeah. It's just pissed me off. But I don't know, it's just like such a small creator. Like the person they went after the person they went after less than 100 followers. Like they were small, right? And you could tell they were just like starting their like ceramic journey. And for like someone with less than 100 followers, and you know, like you could tell they're clearly new, for someone with like 20K followers to come after them, you know, like I don't know, it's just it was so bad. I felt so sad for that person, especially since they called them out even after they took it down. Yeah, right? That's what I'm saying. That's why it's just like, ain't no way, Jose, I will ever support someone like you. I hope so too. Do I know anyone named Jose? Okay, wait. There's like too many keycaps. I'm just gonna put them in a case. I'll just put them in a cup. I'll clean this later. That's a problem for future me. Do I know anyone named Jose? I think I know a few, yeah. Why? a problem for future me. Okay, but other than that, the ceramic community is very chill. I know I just told you. I know I just told you guys a bunch of drama, but I swear. I swear other than that, it just chill. Where are you, Pancake? She has a storefront in SF. What game are we playing after this? We can continue playing Desktop Explorer if you guys... Where's Inomushiki? Frank. Batman. Frank. Inomushiki. He's live? Oh my god, should we raid him? Why don't we not stream the game and we raid him? No? I feel like I shouldn't have got so angry about the pottery people. Get angrier? Nah. At the end of the day, it wasn't even the creator's fault. It was the fan's fault. I think we can all agree we hate that fan. Ooh, I had kefir this morning. The Yakults in Taiwan are huge. You know the tiny Yakults here? You can buy the big Yakults, like triple the size. Mango kefir. Ooh, so you're bougie. You're too fancy for plain old kefir, huh? It costs the same. Does it? Tomorrow I'm gonna see Grisha, who I took that flame working course with, and I'm gonna ask him how I can get started. Oxy, are you still thinking about that? You like this color more? I don't think I do accent space. Take this off. Yeah. Ava, but one of Fruits isn't dish soap. He legit has 3 hand soaps. Wait, you keep all 4 stocked? I think that's the thing Oxy's wondering. Do you have 4 hand soaps because you don't use hand soap? Or you have 4 hand soaps because you consistently stock 4 hand soaps? I think that's the disconnect there. Okay, Oxy, he says he restocks the 4. Are you guys the type of people when you're cooking and whenever you're like swapping things, you like you use the sink water? Hi, Dave. That's mean. What? Because I'm calling you guys out? Mine? My birthday month is July. Oh, yeah, that's a late July post. I just slow. Thank you, Lo. Ahi tuna scented. You know what? I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know if that is a good scented soap. No. Ahi tuna? Chat, would you guys use Ahi tuna scented hand soap? Say you need to wash your hands, but the sink is full of soapy water for dishes. Do you use soap or wash your hands with the dishes? Are there dishes inside there? Or you just filled it? If I need to wash my hands, but I know I'm about to do the dishes, I'll just wash the dishes because my hands will be washed with the soap, and then afterwards I'll wash my hands and then dry it off. But it also depends on how dirty my hands are. Wait, I said I wash my hands after. I said I will just wash my hands. Oh no, I'll go in, I'll wash the dishes after I'm done, wash my hands, and then dry it. Oh, yeah, that's what I said. I said I would wash my hands after. Of course not with the dirty water and use soap. But if I know I'm already gonna be washing the dishes, I'm not gonna wash my hand first and then wash the dishes. Do you like Bath and Body Works scents? I feel like sometimes they're a little too much for me. How much is Aesop soap per bottle? When's your birthday, Avo? I forget. Oh my god, your birthday's so far away. Oh, okay. Oxy's got a point. Okay, sorry, Avo, I tried. Wasted your money? On what? Being clean? I'm glad you guys have good hygiene. Okay. I think there's nothing worse than someone who just has bad hygiene that isn't like struggling mentally. Okay. Because like having like being stinky but you have like really bad depression is like understandable, but um I'll talk about people who just like they're like I don't care. I don't need to do it. A lot of people don't floss. My camera is falling down. Okay. All right, Conan. You guys are all haters. Oh, okay. The camera has spoken. The camera says we're not cameraing today. Alright, chat. So this is with the PC plate. We're still using the KB switches, and this is top mount. Okay, sorry about that. I had to fix some pins. Okay. What is going on? Okay, hold on. Give me a sec. My camera. I'll fix my camera. Ew. Oh. Okay. Hello. All right. What do you guys think? I thought that one felt very pleasant, actually, even as like a top mount. So let's do the gasket, and then do you guys want to hear with no foam, or are you guys good? Whew, it's a little hot in here. Yeah, I have time. We can just play the game some other time. Yeah, I mean, I know I started a little later too. That's my bad. Think couple will go to my meetup. Oops. Teach until 3 a.m. What? Yeah, but I have stuff I have to do tomorrow. I haven't heard NC talk in a little bit, so he's either out touching grass or Hufu Komut. Who, Kappa hates us? Ugh. I need to open my door real quick. Let me grab a hair clip. We could buy from Cookie Cables. I'm actually supposed to see Geo next month. Oh, damn. Hey, never mind, not Cookie Cables. They're taking a break. Dang. Now, a lot of cable makers have stopped making cables. You can buy from Unikeys. That's where I bought this one. I want to say Otsume might have some too. There's also, is it wired in? Do you think if some vendors try to make a comeback, people would take them back? Yeah, so there's wired in, there's I think Osumi has some, but Unikey's has a lot too. I'd probably recommend Unikey's because you can get a discount with them. Who ran Bingsu? X and Co. Or I thought Bingsu was Novel Keys took that over, right? Oh yeah, that's been with Truffle Schwein. Oh, so they did honor it? Mm-hmm. Oh, you have an extra set of lavender? There's probably someone out there who would want that. Especially like legacy space cable sets like that. I do that too. You know, most people like make a list, but I'm very like vibey. Oh, it's something they added and I set it up, so what do you think? Do you like it? Lists? Yeah. I also do this thing where I'll go to Costco when I'm hungry. It's really bad. It was a special unit, but yeah, it was custom painted. But they ended up not liking the finish, so it was just a prototype. They're just experimenting with the painting. They're sending out the prototype for the our collaboration mouse on Monday, so we should get that soon. Hopefully that turned out well. the right one. That's why. Oh, at Costco. I've seen some really bad Costco parking situations, if that's what you're referring to. And I don't know how I feel about whenever there's like a parking spot and someone will just stand there. Be like, no. I feel like that shouldn't be allowed. Mm-hmm. Alright, so this is Kiwi Switches PC plate with foam, and this is the PCB gasket mount. I opened the door to cool off because the air in here is like pretty stagnant or pretty like hot because of my computer running. So I opened the door and Miso went out as I was typing. I couldn't stop her because I was in a type test. And then I just hear pum pum pum, and it's Connor. And then I hear him drop Miso in here and close the door. Yeah, I like to get the gasket. Okay, so you guys want to hear it with no foam, right? These are kiwis. They're an old school Switch. But apparently you can still buy them. Okay. Oh, William sent me a post. Oh, oh, I didn't post on social media. Oh my goodness, I didn't post on Instagram or anything. Oh, oopsies. Uh-oh. Avo, don't be like that. I know you're frustrated at Oxy for judging your soap situation, but this is a big deal to me, okay? I will say though, I think Oxy's coming from a place of concern. Because, you know, there was one time you didn't show up to chat, and Oxy is like, has anyone seen Avo? Okay, it wasn't that bad, okay. Avo's not here all the time. I think Avo is here more than you. Depending on the season. We know who's always here based on their watch streak, right? Conan. I'm grateful. I mean, I don't know anyone with a higher watch streak. But yeah, why don't you just go to Canada, have Dr. Dave fix you up? I feel like the streaks are stressful in some ways. Especially as you get higher. Oh, you can turn this off. Reina. That's the name of my ex-friend. Yeah. Yeah, there's a Reina in my sister's life who... Ugh, God, it was so messy. You guys want to hear some tea? Basically, there was this person who my cousin was seeing, and she would never tell me their names because she didn't want to introduce them to me until she was certain that something would happen. So she always had code names for them. Okay. And so this guy's name was Finance Bro. And she ended up breaking things off with him because during our Great Freeze in Texas a few years ago, not once did he ask her, like, are you okay? Do you need help? Despite knowing that her power was out. So she's just like, this guy doesn't give a shit about me. So she ended things with him. Okay. And so then my sister befriended this chick, also named Reina, who basically they found out because they went on vacation together and found out that Finance Bro is now the guy that she is seeing, and also that he was planning on proposing soon. And then they all found out around the same time that that Finance Bro used to have a thing with my cousin. And so obviously that's like a little messy, but instead of being honest like a normal person would do, okay, Finance Bro decides to lie to Reina to be like, oh yeah, like my cousin, you know, she was crazy and I broke things off with her. And like we didn't even sleep together, and like she's just insane. Basically badmouthed my cousin. And then Reina basically told my sister, was like, oh yeah, you know, like Finance Bro told me that it was him who ended things and blah blah blah, yada yada yada. And then started bad mouthing my cousin. And so obviously my sister was like, oh hell no, like you're my friend, but that's my cousin, that's my family, right? And so she actually asked Lauren and was like, hey, what's the deal with this guy? And she's like, oh, that's the guy I broke up with because he was a dipshit and, you know, didn't even check up on me during the Great Freeze. And then it was like a red flag for my sister because she was just like, oh, because one of my friends who I'm on vacation with is about to, like, they're planning on getting married soon. And he said all these things about you. And she was just like, oh, well, you know, no, I broke things off with him. Like, albeit I probably liked him more than he liked me, but yeah, I broke up with him, and basically, yeah. And so my sister confronted Reina, was like, hey, by the way, like, this guy's lying to you because this is what my cousin said, and she showed me proof, and she doesn't have a reason to lie to me. And so then Reina then goes to Finance Bro and is like, what the hell? Like, what's going on? She's like, you have one thing, like, you have this one chance to, like, you know, tell me the truth of everything that happened. And he was just like, okay, yeah, like, I was worried about losing you, and, you know, I didn't want you to feel insecure about it because this is their history, because they were dating at the time, and or they were seeing each other at the time, but they weren't exclusive, but she wanted to be exclusive with him. And he has an Asian fetish. And one of her, like, she was telling her coworkers how she was seeing this guy. And then later there's another coworker who I guess like bullied her, who was like, oh yeah, by the way, like that same guy, you know, you were saying you're seeing, he sent me a rose on Hinge or whatever. And so it's just like this whole big deal, and they almost broke up, but ultimately they decided to go exclusive. I think all the girls in his life ditched his ass, and Reina was the last one standing. I don't know what happened. But anyways, so she was just like, you better not lie to me. You better tell me the truth. And he's just like, okay, fine. She ended things, but you know, it was really nothing, and I'm sorry that you had to find out this way. And he's like, but I swear I never slept with her. right? And then my sister was like, "Oh, well, he's lying to you again because like my cousin, you know, they did sleep together." And she was just like, "Okay, well, he's lying to you about that." And so they got into a huge fight about it because she's just like, "I gave you one last chance to, like, you know, tell me the truth and you still lied to me," and yada yada yada. And then my sister's like, "Okay, great, you know, I think they're gonna break up, you know, this guy's a piece of shit." um and then Reina gets diagnosed with cancer. um so uh I guess they decide to work things out, and they decide to get married. They get engaged, and he's been taking care of her. Um, and it's really hard for my sister because we all know he's a piece of shit, but he is actually like taking care of her. But they signed a thing for a place, but it's all under his name only, and it's just like weird stuff, you know. And so yeah, yeah. I think she was about to really end things with him, and then she got diagnosed, and so he was just like, "I'll take care of you." She's like, "Okay, you know, this is your redemption arc type of deal." Yeah, and I guess Reina has just always been kind of weird when it comes to my cousin and also my sister. And we were doing a pop up, and my cousin saw his car. She's like, "Oh, I think that's Finance Bro's car, right?" And I looked, and I was like, "Oh, is that?" And then I saw it was Finance Bro and Reina, and they were taking pictures of us. And I was just like, "Oh, that's why they took pictures of us like that." And so, yeah. And that was around the time that my sister and Reina kind of got into a fight. So, yeah, it's weird. And that's my experiences with one Reina. Never really anything done to me, but yeah. uh, the I just hope they're happy, I guess. I mean, I don't think it's her fault necessarily. I think she probably had a lot of like self-confident, self-love issues, but to just kind of take the guy who you think you're gonna marry's word, um, especially knowing he had a history, and then I don't know what he thought to achieve by shit talking like our family member. Like I don't know what his thought process was. Maybe he was trying to like reassure her, but I feel like it just would have been a lot easier had he like told the truth. To be like, "Yeah, things didn't work out." Like there was no reason to like lie the way he did, right? Because if you're gonna lie, you're gonna have to be aware of the fact that it might get back to, you know, the person you're telling it to. So, yeah, the I don't like I don't like that person either. I'm sure she's a nice girl, but if she ever wanted to like approach me, I would probably be like, "No. No." Cuz for those who don't know, like my cousin is my ride or die. Like I would literally die for my cousin. I'm tired from that story. Yeah. I just want my cousin to find someone good, You know, I'm tired of all these sleazy ass people. Where have all the good men gone? Bob Burger guy? No. They're gay. I know, right? I don't know if she has a type, but she definitely has to feel attracted to them. Does she take applications? I mean, she's matched with some pretty sussy people. I just want her to find a guy who knows how to handle an eldest daughter, treats her well, is not stupid, or if he is stupid, at least be so freaking hot and sweet that it makes up for it. Okay? Like, it's okay if you're a little dumb, but if you're sweet and you have good intentions, like, you know, I'm sure she'd be willing to look past it. Yeah. What if he's a little dumb but funny AF? I don't know. Honestly, this is gonna sound really bad, but Phil Connor is very smart. Okay, he's very smart, but sometimes he does things, and I just look at him, and I'm just like, "Are you dumb?" And I feel like she can only have so many of those moments with someone, right? Before she gets like turned off forever. Yeah. Cause like I'll look at Connor and I'll be like, you are so smart, but you're also one of the dumbest people ever. But I don't think, yeah, I don't think her tolerance of that is very high. So, but I think he can be dumb. It's just he has to be really sweet, you know. She just needs someone that can like she knows how to take care of herself. She doesn't need a man to help her do it. Okay? That's the thing. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Yeah. Like I get her. Cause like I'm an eldest daughter too. And there are times where like I don't wanna have to ask for stuff. And Connor is so trained and conditioned that I'll literally sit here and then he'll like, okay, I need to go get you food, you know? I don't even have to ask him. Like he just knows, right? But she needs someone who just knows. And that takes time, or it takes someone who is just very, thoughtful, can plan ahead like that. Yeah, basically. And like, Lauren is also very adverse to getting help. Like, you basically have to yank something out of her hand to be like, let me do it, Or else she'll be like, no, no, no. Yeah, yeah. Like with me, if I just take it from her, she's just kind of like whatever, because she knows I'm doing it from like a place of love, and also I can anticipate what she wants, so she feels seen and she feels safe enough to be like, okay, fine, yeah, I need help, thank you. Um, it's not treating as a child, but like if you're on the couch and you're watching TV, you see her come in carrying groceries, you're not just like, oh, hey, do you need help? No, get your ass up from the couch and just go help. You don't need to be like, do you need help? You got it. No, just get up and go help. Okay? Like that's the difference, right? Yeah, so like with Connor and I will call him. I'll be like, I'm almost home. And you'll be like, okay, be there soon. Like he already knows. I'm just like, I'm almost home. It's like, okay. It's like stuff like that. Or if you go out, you're at work, you're coming home from work, and someone's waiting at home, you don't just get food for yourself. Like, stuff like that too. Like, Connor will always bring me food home. Even if he calls me, I don't wake up, he will just still buy me food regardless. Like, he'll get me what he gets. He won't buy the food for himself. Come home, I wake up, I'm like, where's my food? He'd be like, oh, you didn't answer, so I didn't get you anything. That would be so, I would make me mad. I'd be like, I don't care, just give me anything at the point. Oh no. If I don't pick up the phone because I'm sleeping, he will always get me food. But if he calls me and I'm like, no, I'm good, then he won't. Right. But he's just always under the assumption he needs to feed me. And I feel bad for him because he's been so like, maybe he has PTSD from me, but like on the weekends, if I sleep in, he'll wait until I wake up until he gets food. Because he knows that, if he eats without me, it's just like the end of the world, basically. Yeah, basically. I know that sounds really bad, but If he was really that starving, he would just go out and get the food and come back. Yeah, he's back from war. That's what he said. Yeah, so it's just one of those things. But I feel like unless you've either been trained by someone, I know that sounds really bad. Usually a mother figure or another girlfriend, a lot of these things are just not, it's just some people don't think about it. And some people don't think about it until they're actually in a relationship either. And if they're like so used to like taking care of themselves only, like sometimes it can be hard to like, swap that up. But for example, you know, there's a guy she was seeing and she asked the person to get her a toothbrush so she could stay over. And he forgot for 2 weeks until one day she's like, "Yeah, I'm over this." And he's like, "Why?" She's like, "Because I asked you for a toothbrush and you never got it for me." And she's just like, "It might not seem like a big deal, but overarching it is because, you know, I asked you for something very simple and you didn't do it." And I just think that's a bigger issue as a whole. And it might seem kind of extreme, but he also forgot her birthday. Like, he just didn't say happy birthday. And for like her birthday, she had to go over to his place. Birthdays are hard. He knew it was her birthday and he didn't say happy birthday to her. That's bad. That's the same guy. He just didn't care about her. Yeah, so I can envision the type of guy for her in my head. Do you remember the birthdays of all your exes? I haven't dated that many people, but yes, I actually do. Don't ask me though. I'm a Cancer girly. You guys, I remember obscure shit you tell me in chat. You think I wouldn't remember a birthday of my exes? Come on. I actually remember the phone numbers of my exes too. Assuming they didn't change it. It's not scary. Huh? Yeah. I memorize their numbers because what if I'm in a car accident and my phone gets smashed and I need to call, my boyfriend, and I'm like, oh shit, I don't know his number. You never know. I know my number, I know my mom's number, I know my dad's number, I know my sister's, I know Lauren's. I'm just saying. If you get in a car accident, your phone is busted, you need to call someone, and you don't know their number, what the heck? I have this one friend who, like, so he opens a door, the car door, and he's like opened it a few times for Lauren, and she always gets mad because she's just like not used to it. And then it's gotten to the point where he's just like, I don't give a shit. This is just what I do. And I think she's like finally accepted it. Actually, though, I feel like she is a lot more tolerant of him than she is of most people. Wouldn't you say so? It's one of my friends who I've known for a long time. Yeah, you know him. It's Matthew. Yeah, I've known him for a while. And I would say she's actually very tolerant of him, despite hating all men. Basically. Okay, let's do this. Alright, this is PC plate, no foam, and this is the gasket mount. Yeah, this is no force break, no foam in the cavity, no nothing. Pretty good, all things considered. I think this is actually my favorite configuration. So funny when we hang out with Lauren, Matthew, and Fruit. Yeah, she has no respect for Fruit, unfortunately. Well, cause one time he was like coming over for like our dinner party. She's just like, he's just like, hey, do you need anything? And she's like, oh yes, can you please get me a bag of ice? And then he comes over and she's like, where's the ice? And he's like, oh, I forgot. And she's just like, why the fuck did you even ask if you weren't gonna do it? And he's just like, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. And instead of being like, oh, I'll go get it right now, he's just like, oh, sorry. And she's just like, okay, you're useless. Then I had to ask someone else to go get it. Okay? Like, I know. Instead of being like, oh shit, I forgot I'm gonna go right now. No, he's just like, oh, well, sorry, I forgot. Yeah, and we used to go out and eat with him a lot, and he would get only water and silverware for himself. And like we would see him getting it and we're like, okay, we're good. And then he would only come back with just his serving. And we're like, what? Yeah, so I've told this story. We were all at Moonshine, like it was like Potato and like a bunch of us. And we're like, oh, let's all share. And he's just like, I want my own thing. And then we're like, okay. And then once everyone got everything, we were sharing, and he was just like, oh, can I have some? And we're just like, uh, sure, I guess. Yeah. That's the thing. That is the biggest takeaway because you're just like, well, maybe he just needs someone to, train him, but that's not our job, right? I mean, I think it's just, you know, it's one of those things where you're either so used to someone doing it for yourself that you don't think about it, or, you're either used to someone doing it for you or you're used to doing it yourself. So when it comes to finally adding like someone else in your life, it's either a big learning curve or you just have to really be like more aware of it. And that's not to like shit on everyone who does that, right? I think it's more so of like where you are in life and how much like someone is willing to teach you. But some of these things should not be teachable. It shouldn't have to teach you. Like the ice thing, right? If you forgot the bag of ice, I feel like any normal person would be like, oh shit, I'm so sorry, I forgot, I'm gonna go right now. No, he just was like, oh, sorry. It's like, oh, okay, well, who's gonna go get it then? you know? Also, it's one thing if I asked someone to get it and they forgot. It's like, oh, okay. But it's another thing if I offered and then I forgot, there are like subtle differences. And I know maybe it's like, well, you're kind of being like a little critical, but that's what I'm saying is that Lauren doesn't want someone that she has to like baby. Okay. And that's kind of hard to find. There are a lot of man children out there these days. She wants an actual adult. Yeah. There's another person who she was telling me about how she found out that they only wash their sheets once a year. And instead of like washing it, they would just replace it. Yeah. Yeah. What are we replacing once a year? Sheets. Like, I don't think she's asking for anything unreasonable, but it's actually very surprising to find these qualities in people. And I think that's like the crazy thing. That's like how low the bar is these days. And if you're like, so sometimes people just do need to like be taught or whatnot. But in this day and age, like that's crazy in this day and age, right? Right, but the way the dating apps work is that if someone doesn't swipe on her, she can't reach out to them, right? So it kind of goes both ways, right? Has to be like a mutual thing. So I see what you're saying about someone she doesn't swipe on. But you should also see some of the dating profiles. Like, some of them are really freaking bad. Some of them are like, I don't know what they were thinking. Yes, there's a lot of things she has to navigate, especially people with like fetishes. Yeah. Also, like the ones that she doesn't swipe on too is people who say they want a submissive partner. They're like, if you date me, I will take care of you, but you must obey me. It's like, oh my god. Like, I'll take care of you, baby girl, but then you gotta take care of me. And it's like, oh god. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of anti-vaxxers too. So that's interesting. Where the guys are like, if you've gotten the vaccine, we can't we can't do anything. If someone has a pet spider or a snake, that's a really That's not a note for me. What do you think about people who say they voted for Trump but then they regret it? Would you give them a chance? What if they voted for Trump because they didn't know any better? Because there was someone like that too. Yeah. Like, even though he was talking about deporting people, they didn't think it applied to them and their family type of I didn't know any better. Okay, last one. Oh, is that what you meant by war? Okay, this is PC plate, top mount, no foam. Okay, what'd you guys think? I think no foam gasket was actually my favorite. What do you guys think? I don't think this one was bad, but I think I like the gasket. And the board, I feel like doesn't need foam to quote unquote sound good. Was what? So how is it famous? Part of me thinks this might be more than tofu TKL. It's actually a very soft top mount, in my opinion. Like none of these top mounts that I've done, I was just like, oh yeah, that's a top mount. I felt like it was all actually really well balanced. And I feel like almost a little difficult to really make a clear distinction between gasket and top mount with the silicone topping or top. but I actually felt like gasket felt more solid when it came to the typing feel. But it's kind of interesting to know that you don't really need like the blocks inside, and I also didn't use any force break, right? But this is I'm using tactiles, which I don't normally use, so that could be masking a lot of it. But I mean, top mount was still firm, but I feel like the top and the gaskets were actually very similar in my opinion. But it could just be a lack of experience from using tactile switches, right? This is the Tofull with kiwi and top mount. I hear my cat. All right, well, we have finished building this. Let's talk about it. Look at the product page and then we're good. Okay, so this is the Tofull. It will be out actually in one less day now, but this should be coming out August 14th, right? Full-size keyboard. You have the TKL numpad combo, but all in one. It's kind of interesting because the plates are separate, but the PCB is one piece, so one thing to keep in mind. No branding anywhere on the board. You can get this in both WinKey and WinKeyless, and there are, what, 17 colors? There's 17 different colors. Kind of crazy. But yeah, available in both WinKey and WinKeyless, and there's also a PC version. This is a Tofu board through and through, right? It's just a solid block. Nothing too crazy, no branding, no nothing, right? And I would say it's the closest you can get to like quote unquote a full size. But here's the top. As you can see, nothing here, nothing here, nothing here, nothing anywhere. It's just boom, simple. Here you have the side. Also just boom, simple. The corners are a little sharper than some of the boards I've been building recently, but not to say that's like a bad thing. And then you have the back. Also boom, just nothing. You do have 4 square adhesive feet. I'm kind of surprised they didn't put like 2 feet right here to kind of like make it all balanced, but that's okay. A total of 8 case screws, right? And then you have the USB port. But we saw this with the 3.0, but the weight, the bottom piece kind of making the pseudo seam with the top mount, I think actually looks really nice. So instead of being like the solid block all throughout, you can kind of tell which version this is based on the USB port and the seam. And then you have the front lip. So internally, you have gasket, PCB gasket mount, and then you also have top mount, right? But the top mount has like the silicone blockers that go into the case, right? So similar to the other board we built recently where the pieces no longer go on the case. So if you look here, before what they were doing is they were putting the top silicone top mount into the plate to kind of, you know, keep it in place, but now they've opted to actually put it into the physical top case so you don't have to worry about it shifting, which is, I think, a really nice change quality of life. And then we can look at the product page, which I think the configurator is already up, so it's ready for you guys to monitor YouTube. Okay. So the configurator is up. You can pick the top case, right? So if you're interested in mine, I have the WinKeyless pink. And then bottom case, I have the where is it? I have the pink. I have the copper weight bar. And then I have the wired plate. I have PC and aluminum. We'll do PC just because that's more pricey. I do have the hot swap version foam kit. I don't have a wrist rest. I don't have batteries. I didn't get stabilizers, but looks like you can buy stabilizers if you want. And then you can also buy the switches as well, but I provided my own switches, so no switches. So extras, I will add the aluminum plate. So total pricing for everything is $355 if you are interested in my configurator or my configuration, but does not include the plates or does not include the keycaps or the switches. So that is my total, right? And so here's just more details about it. So here you can really see like that two-toned if that's something you would like. And then it has the neat finish. I forget who got the 60%. Was it Boss Quest? But yeah, it has like the really nice textured bottom. I can't show you guys because I gave it away, but the textured bottom is actually really nice in my opinion. Here's everything that you would get. So I didn't feel like force break was necessary for my build. Same with the battery cavities, but it looks like that it will come with it. So it is on the product page. So I didn't get it, but yours will come with it. Okay. And here they talk about the two mounting PCB gasket mount, or they have the top mount. And then just be aware that for the top mount, it uses the silicone dampeners that go into the top case. Three PCB options. You have wired solder because the board actually can support plateless. You have wired hot swap, which is what I had. And then you have dual hot swap, so wired and wireless, and they're all 1.6. And then depending on which one you get, so just be aware, via vial, and then ZMK if you decide to go wireless. Hello, Patricia. It's been a long time seeing you. Hope you're doing well. Hello. It says you are a first-time chatter. Did you change your username from something before? But hello. We are finishing up this review. Yeah, this board goes live in a few days, and if you've been looking for a full-size board, then this might scratch that itch for you. My thoughts about the board. I mean, I would recommend this for anyone who's like, I want a full-size board. I'd be like, check this one out. It is heavy. It is a little heftier, but I enjoy that. I think, the full-size board should be hefty. Some people mention, they don't really like how this blocker size is, I guess, quote unquote empty, but after looking at the different full-size boards, at least like the pre-built, a lot of them don't have anything here, so Oxy was right. And I think part of what it is leaving it here blank is, you could put something there if you want, but in essence, keeping it all like bloop, like no branding anywhere. And I actually think if they had decided to put, branding here, it might have ruined it for some people. So I'm actually really thankful that, they decided not to put anything here. Whereas some people might be like, I don't like the way it looks, right? But I guess it's one thing to think about. Like, would you have rather this been blank? Or would you have rather this had like branding? You know? I mean, yeah, I think having the four keys here ultimately would have been the best call in my opinion, but I'm not like upset about it. Yeah, I turned off the sticky keys. I think something got stuck. But in my opinion, I would actually recommend this, to someone who, they're just like, I just want to work. I just want a board for work. And I'd be like, okay, then I would recommend this. It's a full size. It has your numpad. It doesn't have the media keys that some people might be used to, but that's just like, extra stuff. Was impressed that despite not having the battery cavity, it was still fine. I also did not feel the need to use force brake, but disclaimer, that's because that might have been because I used tactile switches. In terms of build, it was very straightforward. I actually have a gripe with their feet. So let me check that really quick. Because they use feet that are like a little different, and I've tested their feet in the past. I know, but I've tried these feet in the past and they were not, they were, because they're interesting. I did use their feet because when I brought the Tofu TKL to a meetup, I put feet on and they kept falling off. And I complained about it and they were just like, yeah, we're gonna change it. So I might seem biased because I don't use it, but I actually did use it for a meetup. So they have two different type of feet profiles, which I do appreciate. This is one thing I don't know if I mentioned this, but they have one that is more of like a low profile, and they have this one that's thicker, and it's like a friction fit on the edges. Because there are, I don't know if you can see these like tabs, but these friction fit into these squares, okay? And with their earlier versions, the friction fit was just not fitting. It was very loose. And so it was very apparent when I brought it to a meetup and I talked to them about it, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna fix that. We're already aware, okay? So I know I normally don't build with feet, but if you are deciding to buy this and you're like, how do the feet work? They have both a small and like a thicker, they have like a skinnier and a thicker one, and the friction fits through all four sides, right? Essentially. There was no friction or fitting, yeah. Because there are feet that, you know, fit like a tadpole mount, for example. But it usually had like deeper grooves, so it was like a harder to pull off. Whereas these use very thin side tabs to friction fit it in. And so it has to be, I feel like it had to be done really well. Yeah. And it seems like it has been fixed, so that's good to see. And just be aware that whenever you're building the feet, it has different thicknesses. So you could technically do like thicker ones here and then thinner ones right here. But yeah. And then this is what the force brake would look like in case you wanted to see. They give you like these little bandages. Okay. Yeah, see, now they're like a little harder to take off, which is good. I'm glad they fixed that. Good for them. Okay. Anyways, yeah, that's the build. I thought the board, you know, for price point being a full size, it's a very straightforward, like, here you go type of board. And I can appreciate that. Nothing too like frilly or fluffy about it. It's just, it's a full size. You get what you get, you know? But yeah, thank you, KVD, for sending it out. Thank you, Pancakes, for helping us out. Thank you, Bob, as always. And yeah, that's the build. I'm gonna say bye to YouTube. Bye-bye, YouTube. Thanks for watching.